Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another Abel Jets Virtual Group livestream. I am your host, as always, Racing Falcon, founder and CEO of Abel Jets Virtual Group. I hope that you are doing well wherever you are watching this livestream from. I know this is a rather unusual time for us to do live streams, especially considering that it's Sunday, and we are doing this live stream at about 1000 Zulu, which is about 2 hours earlier than the usual streaming time of 1900 Zulu. I'll explain why is that in a few moments, but first things first, let's just have a small talk regarding this afternoon's live stream. We are here currently sitting at Rome's Fiumicino Leonardo da Vinci International Airport, which serves as the primary gateway to the country. Which also serves the capital of Italy, the rich and history capital of Italy, to be more precise, considering that the mighty Roman Empire was born here several thousand years ago. This particular scenery is made by MK Studios, if I'm not mistaken. I'll have to check my Contrail app later on to confirm that. But it's quite a highly detailed scenery, should I say. And I think it's also on a sale right now, because I grabbed this scenery for about I think $10 or so from Contrail. There's definitely a sale going on in Contrail, and this scenery is part of those having those Microsoft Flight Simulator products that are having a sale. If you see on the right hand side there is Lalu. Yours truly flying the Holy Able Day Airbus A330-900 Neo will be joining us in this afternoon's group flight. We will be heading towards Gran Canaria, ladies and gentlemen, in the Canary Islands, as the title has perhaps shown quite clearly. But the block time there is about 4 hours and 30 minutes, which is quite a lot. And if we were to do this live stream at the usual time, at 1200 Zulu, that means 1900 hours my local time. The approximate time when we will be landing is about past midnight, an hour or 2 hours past midnight. And unfortunately, tomorrow's Monday, and I've got work, obviously, at 7 AM, so I don't want to risk oversleeping just because of a live stream. That's why we are starting the live stream this afternoon 2 hours earlier than the usual time. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, back in the Horizon Simulations Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner, the best looking airliner in the world, should I say. The 787 family, that is. I mean, take a look at her, what a magnificent bird, isn't she? Carbon composites here and there, so you have RP, that is, carbon fiber reinforced polymers are the main materials that are used to construct the aircraft. The Horizon 787 itself, ladies and gentlemen, is a freeware aircraft, with a caveat that you must have the SOBO / default 787-10 initially in order to be able to use the 787-9, because as you know, the default SOBO 787 is the -10 variant, which is the longest fuselage iteration of the 787 family. The same caveat also goes for the Kurorin 787-8. which has the shortest fuselage when compared to the other two variants of the type. Well, I will talk about the Kurorin, or perhaps fly the Kurorin again in the near future, hopefully. This particular Dreamliner that you're seeing, folks, he operates for Abel Pixel, which is the low-cost carrier subsidiary of Abel Jets Virtual Group. She bears the registration of Foxtrot Alpha Papa Bravo November and the nosename of NEUTRON. And it appears that we also haven't flown any Abel Pixel aircraft in the past 2 months or so, which I can't really believe it's been that long, considering the fleets, shall I say, of Abel Pixel in terms of the number of aircraft is only it's only third to that of Abel Jets MCC, the mainline subsidiary, and Abel Jets Platinum, the full service subsidiary of the Virtual Business Group. Alright folks, without further ado, let's head into the flight deck of the magnificent 787-9 Dreamliner, beautifully handcrafted by Horizon Simulations for free, which you can download through the Headwind Simulations app, or through the flightsim.co website, if I'm not mistaken. As you can see, it's also got some gunk and dirt all over the fuselage, considering that she operates for a low-cost carrier, which means that she flies, say, more often than her, say, more lavish counterparts, namely Abel Jets MCC and Abel Jets Platinum. Alright, welcome aboard the flight deck of Foxtrot Alpha Papa Bravo November, aka NEUTRON. As usual, I haven't prepped anything in the flight deck besides for the IRS alignment, which, considering that we are in Europe now, it takes slightly longer than if we were flying near the equator, which took us about 7 minutes or so. Okay, let's set her up, shall we? As usual, folks, we will be opening a company frequency at 122.8 MHz in case that you want to chat alongside us. Sorry, not 122.8. That's Unicom. Our company frequency is open at 123.210 MHz as usual. It's 123.210. Put that into active. There we go. Unfortunately, the default 787 has this feature limitation, should I say, which is that you cannot independently control the radio panels, as you can see there. All three of them are interlinked, unfortunately, which if we were doing, let's say, long haul flights and we have to be active in multiple frequencies, particularly HF frequencies, that'll be quite an issue, shall I say. Well, to be honest, I've taken the Horizon Sims 787-9 through an oceanic control airspace. I think that was from Perth to Jakarta earlier this year, or last year, I think that was. It worked pretty well, but you know, there's just a caveat: you can only use one radio at a time within this aircraft. Alright, let's check the company frequency. Just checking if Lalu is already in there. Mas Shanshun, is it FS24? This is FS 2020, Shanshun. I haven't upgraded to the new simulator yet, considering that many of the, not many, but some of, say, major products that I use are not necessarily available for the new simulator yet, such as Rex Atmos and the PMDG 737. And space, storage space is also a primary concern. I'd have to, you know, migrate many of the add-ons and stuff. Sure. We'll definitely need some additional space, which I currently lack. Alright, let's test the company frequency now. 123.210 MHz. Company calling. Hopefully Lalu's already. Nah. 555 Cap. Aduh, gak usah disebutin di sini dong Cap, jadi malu.
Tidak apa-apa dong.
Wahaya, perkara sulit. Alright folks, let's form up a flight plan for this evening's live stream. Fortunately, I haven't made one because I've just fired up my laptop. So let's just do that real quick. Lalu's done his flight plan there. Company traffic, which one is the active runway for this afternoon? Is it runway 25? Also, it's going to be Pixel 78 Delta Charlie, departing out of Rome, bound towards.
Previous traffic just on the 25.
Okay, Cap, runway 25, yeah, thank you. Bound towards Gran Canaria, GCLP. And funnily enough, I haven't even saved this particular airframe in SimBrief. I have to do real quick apologies for the inconvenience there, so that if I were to fly this aircraft again in the near future, I will not have to create a particularly new airframe again. Horizon Simulations MSFS GENX1B, that is. Alright, flight plan. No, sorry, not the flight plan. What's it called? The airframe information has been saved. Let's now form up the flight plan through SimBrief. That is, as usual. Good old SimBrief, ladies and gentlemen. Pixel 78 Delta Charlie, departing out of Rome Fiumicino to Gran Canaria in the Canary Islands. Call Charlie Lima Papa, Foxtrot Off, Papa, Bravo November is our aircraft that we have just saved, runway 25 for departure. And the arrival runway showing 03. Yap, lalu di flight plan kamu untuk arrival apakah pakai runway 03 left ya?
Arrival ya?
Iya, arrival di GCLP.
Yes, Roger. 03 left. Original sim brief.
Roger, thank you Cap.
Ini buat cruise levelnya emang initial 190 ya?
Oh iya kah? Aku belum generate sih. Okay, time's gonna be about 4 hours. SC now 7 hotel departure. We're flying over Morocco, ladies and gentlemen, and Algeria as well, by the looks of it. So hopefully we'll be able to see some desert landscapes as we fly along. Let's generate flight plan. Flight plan has been generated. Runway 25 for departure from Rome. Oh iya, initial altitude kok cuma 19,000 ya?
Nah itu.
Interesting. Tapi aku kan tadi nyalain step climb ya, jadi initial climb level 190, terus nanti waypoint Abidu jadi flight level 390.
Oke. Berarti ya, tapi aku di Abidu di 370 sih. Tapi nanti step climb, berarti inisialnya emang 190 ya?
Sepertinya begitu.
Oh iya.
Kalau lihat traffic cruising yang lain, kayaknya mereka diedit manual deh itunya, initial altitude-nya langsung kayak final flight level ya gitu. Flight plan has been generated.
Siap.
Let's follow the flight plan into VATSIM as always. Level 3, that is 0, will be our first or initial cruising altitude, that is. Okay, sit back in. Select initialize flight, data load. And that's for the performance calculations later on. Let's try to import the flight plan, shall we? Route request, as usual. Route send. Hopefully we'll beam back something from Seabrief. Alright. Looking good. Okay. It can be beamed through Simbrief, which is a good thing. We'll initialize the weights also. Should be through the weights and balance menu there. There we go, fuel balance. And through GSX as well. By the looks of it, there is a new GSX update there. Version 3.6.9 now. Let's request, no, we are flying a low-cost carrier, but still, we are wide-body aircraft, so catering surface would be preferable. Let's fire that up. There we go. Let's fly the flight plan into Simbrief, flight level 390 initially. Abidu. Alright folks, let me just try to find waypoint Abidu first, because Alright, Abidu is close in proximity to us. It's a good thing. Just checking because SimBrief generated an initial climb for us just to flight level 1900, which is very low. I don't know if that's a real case or if it's SimBrief having a brain fart, should I say. There goes our flight plan. And plot it into VATSIM. Sorry, not VATSIM beta. VATSIM itself. Callsign Pixel. Alright, the flight plan has been filed into VATSIM. Flying as Pixel 78 Delta Charlie.
Ya,
Delta Lima.
upgrade Iraq.
Loh, bukannya Iraq yang bulan ini udah rilis agak lama ya?
Ya kan, nggak tahu sih. Apa? Soalnya departure kan SC07 Hotel ya, tapi aku nggak ada.
Wah, ya udah radar vektor aja kali nanti. Kalau nggak cari yang mirip-mirip. Alright, set back in. Set her up. Overhead panel checks. IRS are aligned. What's the OAT? It's summer, which means that usually it's quite warm. Say 28 degrees Celsius. Let's just fire up the APU, considering that we don't have any conditioning units available, unfortunately. Firing up the APU. Battery test. Good. FD power. Sorry, FD toll power. Window heats are on. Hydraulics off for now. Yeah, none of those are are operable, unfortunately. Fuel pumps off for now. NCI is not required for now. Humidifiers on. ELC's arm. Cargo temps check. Packs off for now. We'll wait for the APU to spool up. Okay, the overhead's looking good. Let's now head to the pedestal. Transponder 2000 above. Oh, it's I think we can't fiddle with those. That's alright then. Transponder is active. Mode Charlie. Mode Charlie is active, squawking 2000. APU is fully spooled up. Let's fire up the packs. There we go. Packs have been gauged. That goes for the overhead and the pedestal. Not many things to do, is it? You know, it's a Dreamliner. Everything's automated here. Let me just try to find the lighting switches. That goes for the overhead. Flare shield. And I suppose this one for the pedestal. There we go. Come on.
Oh, salah. Ada kok, ada.
Oh ya udah aman berarti ya.
Aman. Tadi aku kira itu SID-nya, ternyata dia transition di SC07 Hotel.
Alah. Alright, we'll do the init pages. Fuel 24.8 kilograms. Sorry, 24.8 tons. This should be kilogram, is it? Should be in tons. Oh, perhaps this is the correct way that is being shown in the real aircraft. I don't really know. Because I'm not a pilot. Cruising altitude level 3, that is 0, cost index 150, 0 fuel weights at just check that. Either weight and pilot stab, 0 fuel weight, 152.8 tons. Reserve fuel will be let's check the flight plan in sim brief. .5, 4.5, 4.5, 5 tons. 5 tons of reserves. Execute that. Through the init page. For the departure, it's the SOSAC 5 Alpha departure by the SC7 Hotel transition. SC7 Hotel transition. Is there a particular chart for this? Should be in the SID, but alright. I still have to pin this. SC7 Hotel. SOSAC 5 Alpha is funnily enough not there. Oh, it's there, alright. 10-3 Charlie 1. Should I be correct? The SC7 Hotel transition, I'm thinking that there is some particular chart for that, because it's like an abbreviation of some sort of transition departure. Let's see, I'll just try to find that. Runway 25, SOSAC 5 Alpha, SC7 Hotel. Selected. There we go. Exciting. And for this afternoon's flight, we have Laura as our purser. Let's greet her, shall we? Hi Laura, welcome on board this afternoon's flight from Rome to Gran Canaria. I hope that you are doing well with your crewmates, looking forward for a smooth journey at flight level 3990. If there is anything that goes out of the ordinary, please do let me know. And I think we are ready to start boarding now. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain. We are ready to start boarding now. Cabin crew, please prepare for boarding.
Okay. PSX, let's do your job here. Request boarding. There we go, and there goes the jetways being connected. Unfortunately, I'm currently facing some billing issues with St. Tensions. Somehow I can't top up the premium characters. I'll probably contact their support team later on today or tomorrow. I just can't seem to even check the remaining premium characters that I have, except through the St. Tensions app itself. But you know, usually if I were to open the pilot portal page within the St. Tensions website, there would be information regarding how many premium characters that I still have. But it just says that sorry, it just doesn't say anything about that. And yeah, I just can't top up the premium characters. I'll have to, as I've said, check on their support team later on. So we'll just do what we have for now. Just make do with what we have presently. And before we continue, let's also take some screenshots with Lalu's aircraft there before we depart. Alright, looking good. Let's head into the flight deck and continue with the preparations. To the MCP now. The initial climb would be just put 3,000 feet for now. Put the flight director's on. Unfortunately, the Winwing PAP3 autopilot panel doesn't support the Horizon Sim 787-9. It's quite a shame, but you know, it is what it is. Alright, let's do the takeoff performance calculations, shall we? Copy FMC data. Conditions try. Weather. One 190 at 8. Good inches 1015. 190 at 8. Good inches 1015. OAT, I suppose that was like 28 degrees centigrade, which is correct. Optimum thrust rating, flaps 5 for departure, anti-ice obviously off. Go to the takeoff page. Flaps 5 departure. Derating at... wait, hold on. We haven't selected this one. There we go. Thrust limit page. Actually, what is the CG here? 6%. Just try to block that in. Hopefully it'll generate something. Rated takeoff 2, flexing 55. Flaps 4 for departure. VG is going to be at 29%. Let's update that. 29% by the looks of it. Good calc. Yeah, so still the same numbers. And there goes the V speeds, which we'll put on later, but for now we know that the V2 is 154, so we'll put that in. 154 knots with the MCP. Big traffic. Runway heading is 247. Orbit 247. It's the runway heading. There we go. Set and cross check. Alright folks, let's do the departure briefing, shall we? Cynthia, are you ready for the departure briefing? Alright. So we will be pushing back from stand number 710 at Fiumicino. Actually, I haven't read through the departure briefing pages here. Especially for the NATP stuff. Oh, this is for the ACDM. Not required for now. Procedures. Main order for takeoff is 25. It's been set. Particular rule. No mention of an ADP. Just use an ADP2, shall we? Yeah, perhaps an ADP2. 800. We'll go to 800 and acceleration height will be at 3000. Alright, NEDP2. Alright, we'll do the departure brief, continue rather the departure brief. We'll be pushing back from standby 710 into taxiway Tango, expecting a full-length departure out of runway 25 to Tango Bravo, and by the looks of it, Bravo Alpha will be our holding base for departure. Bravo Alpha, full-length departure out of runway 25. Perhaps we should draw this to make clearer for us. Tango into Bravo. And to Bravo Alpha. And for departure itself, we will be taking the SOSAC 5 Alpha SID. Initial climb will be to 3000 feet, but there are speed restrictions that we must comply here, which is at maximum 200 knots at many of the waypoints. You can see there at SOSAC 3000 feet or more there. The initial climb. Transition altitude is at 6000 feet. SIDs already includes no speedment routings. Speed control procedure 250 knots until passing flight level 100. As usual. Climb gradient about 7%, which we can comply with. And the MSA around the airport reference point is 5,800 feet all the way around. In case that we experience engine failure, loss of control, or wind shear before V1, we will reject the takeoff, apply runway heading to the MSA of 5,800, fly to 25 nautical mile away from the airport, hold there, say right hand turns, 1 minute legs, and prepare to come back to Rome through runway 16 left or 16 right. We'll see about that. Let's just put that in. The situational awareness rings 247 at 25. Fully should be drawn now. There we go. See? Good. There goes our OANS. The onboard navigation system for the airport, just like at an Airbus. By the looks of it, boarding is also completed. It's been complete, which is good. Next step is, we haven't even completed the departure briefing. Sorry about that, folks. Primary threats for this afternoon or this morning, according to the simulated time, will be pilot complacency as well as unfamiliarity with the region, because I've never flown to Rome before, be that in the simulator nor in VATSIM as well. Besides any of those, do you have any questions, comments or concerns, Cynthia? No? That should complete the departure briefing then. Okay, where's the checklist page now? Went through the pages first. Mr. Tim's looking good. Here's flight controls. Lap trim's gonna be a 4.5. A and U will set that. Go all the way near the down position there. Okay, it's good. UNH 1015. Set on 1, 2, and 3. Alright. E speeds, lock them in. Checklist. Pre-flight checklist. Pre-flight checklist is complete. Before start checklist. Flight deck door, close and lock, passenger signs and passenger door. Set MCP V2154, heading 247, altitude 3000 feet, takeoff speeds V1 140, VR 145, V2154, derated thrust takeoff 2, assuming 55 degrees Celsius, flaps 5 for departure. Studio pre-flight completed, rudder and aileron trims 3 and 0, taxi and takeoff briefing completed, beacon lights scan, come on. Request pushback button, departure, for departure. Hydraulic panels. Fuel pumps are coming on.
Ciao, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Let's head into Unicom, shall we? Go.
Departure checks completed. Bypass inserted.
Fium traffic, Pixel 78 Delta Lima now pushing back from gate number 710 facing to the north into taxiway Tango, expecting runway 25 for departure. Fium traffic. Cabin crew, slides and doors, please.
Release back the brakes. Commencing push. All engines clean. Start at wing.
Pause the music for push and start. Do we have a FOD line here? Let's see.
Cabin crew, all doors in flight and cross-check. Welcome aboard this afternoon's flight with Abel Pixel, flight 78 Delta Lima, departing from Rome and heading to Gran Canaria.
By the way, sorry, by the looks of it, we don't have any. Let's fire up the engines now. Fire up engine, firing up engines number 2,
Joining me in the cabin are my
then
fellow
one in
crew
sequence,
members,
starting engine
Marie,
number 2
Jacques, and
and
Sophie.
1.
Now, let's go over some important safety information. To fasten your seatbelt, insert the metal tip into the buckle until you hear a click. To release it, simply lift the buckle.
By the way,
Please
folks,
keep your seatbelt fastened while seated.
you can start
as the
both
seatbelt
engines
sign
within
may
the
be turned
Dreamliner
on
at the same
any
time.
In the event of a loss of cabin
There we go.
pressure, oxygen masks will drop down from the panel above you. Pull the mask towards you to start the flow of oxygen, place it over your nose and mouth, and secure it with the elastic band. Make sure to secure your own mask before assisting others. For those in need of swim vests, they are located under your seat. In the unlikely event of an evacuation, please do not take your luggage with you. It must remain on board. This aircraft has 8 emergency exits, 2 at the front, 2 over the wings, and 2 at the rear. Please take a moment to locate the nearest exit, which may be behind you. We expect a flight time of approximately 4 hours. After the meal service, we will come around selling articles from the Abel Pixel shop. Thank you for your attention. We wish you a pleasant flight.
There she goes.
Please set back the brakes.
Except
Waiting your confirmation for a good engine start.
play the official Abel Jets Virtual Group safety briefing video as always. Go. Cockpit to ground, you have a good engine start, you may disconnect.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start.
Engines
You can
number
disconnect.
1 and 2
Hello
are
everyone,
running.
I'm Horizon Falcon from Abel Jets Group. Welcome on board one of our aircraft that is part of our 3,000 airplane strong fleet. We're glad to be your airline for your flight today. Before we take off, please watch the safety briefing video that will be provided by our cabin crew. Enjoy.
Turning off the EPU, flaps 5 for departure. He's on.
In
Right,
2013,
flight
when we
controls
made
check.
this area, we concluded that safety is our highest priority. All aircraft already equipped with safety
Ready.
devices such as seatbelt,
Pull up.
oxygen mask, and life vest.
Pull
In
down,
accordance
neutral.
with the International Civil Aviation
Pull left.
Organization, seatbelt shall be used when
All right,
flight.
neutral.
So whenever the
Rudder's.
seatbelt sign
Pull
is lit,
left. All right,
please
neutral.
fasten your seatbelt
Flight
by
control check
inserting
is
the plastic
complete.
through the buckle
Default taxi check.
and tighten by pulling the strap.
Anti-ice not
You can undo
required.
your seatbelt by pressing the
Recall
button.
check. With the TCAS, on the brake RTO, flight control check, on the equipment is clear, APU is fully down. Before taxi, this is complete.
Holiday Liner 71 push back passing to the northwest. Expected taxiway Zulu.
Welcome to our maintenance facility. AMF is the world's leading in maintaining aircraft. We have this big hangar which able to accommodate up to 8 jumbos at 380 at a given time. This is the proof that we never jeopardize safety. Also, we change the life jacket
Oke,
whenever
lalu aku taxi out
aircraft is
dulu boleh ya?
entering our facility.
Atau kamu udah kelanjur push ya udah, nggak apa-apa. Ya lalu sorry pushing back unfortunately.
Sorry bang, sorry. Ini habis ke kanan bisa kok langsung.
Mana cekap nggak apa-apa, dilanjutin dulu aja.
In the event of
Arm,
emergency
LNAV
landing,
and
please
VNAV.
take a moment to locate your life jackets.
People check off
It will be
checks
below
are
your
complete
seat,
there.
under the seat in front of you, or under the bed for first class passenger. To use the life jacket, simply take your life jacket, put it over your head,
Set this
pass
one
the
to
strap around
sunray,
your waist,
and this one
clip
to
the front
weather.
and tighten it. There's a red tag and mouthpiece for inflation.
Yeah, it's
and
it
whistle
shouldn't be
to
displayed
attract
in
attention.
this way.
Please inflate
the
the
terrain
life
data,
jacket
I
after
suppose.
leaving the aircraft.
Straight for him to clear out, and we'll taxi. Runway 25 left.
Whenever the
He's still
aircraft
right
feels
there.
the oxygen pressure, a mask will
Unfortunately,
drop
I
from
don't know
above.
why
Put it on your
his
nose
letting
and tighten the
is
strap.
extended there.
Oxygen will
Must
flow
be,
when you brake.
model
Secure
matching
your
stuff,
mask first before assisting others.
I haven't really been able to solve that, fortunately. Right, he's clear. So now that's our intentions. We in Unicom now? No. We are still...
In 2020,
There we go.
we're the world leaders in aviation by number of aircraft by over 3,000 airframe divided into more than 10
Human
child
traffic,
companies,
Pixel 78
including the
Tally
Abel
Man now
Pixel,
taxiing to runway 25
Abel
by
XLR, Abel
uh,
Cosmos, Intercontinental, and many more. Also in 2020, we're the
Via
first to
Tango
introduce
Hotel,
innovation our first Abel Jets
correction by
living
Tango
room,
Bravo into Bravo
Abel Premium
Alpha,
Economy,
holding short for runway
for
25.
business,
Human traffic.
Abel First Class, and Abel Suite.
Okay, start moving. And considering that we are not necessarily heavy this
Before we
morning,
depart,
we are already
Please make sure
rolling
all
on our own,
baggage
as
is
you can
secured
see.
on the overhead cabin or under the seat in front of you. Since we've made safety as our priority, smoking isn't allowed on
Even
any
at idle
part of
power.
the aircraft. Please deboard the aircraft if you need to smoke. Your aircraft is equipped with a life raft in case of emergency water landing. Please take a moment to identify your nearest emergency exit. The cabin crew is pointing it out.
We are now nearing our departure time. Please switch your mobile devices into airplane mode now. If you do have any questions, feel free to ask them to our cabin crew. They will be more than glad to help you out. Thank you for choosing us, and thank you for keeping our dreams aloft. Have a very pleasant flight.
Ground, runway 31 left for departure, follow Chinese East, short back to Deposit 411 heading, taxi, right turn at Juliet, a left turn on runway 4 left, and home short back to Golf.
Alright, you're runway 9 left, clear for takeoff.
The safety briefing video's done. Yap, lalu taxi intentionsnya tadi kayaknya transmit di company deh.
Bravo traffic, holiday 971,
Thank you.
taxi to holding point runway 25, following the Boeing 789er traffic.
Sip.
Sorry.
Mana aja Cap? Yang penting Satui dan Karam. Salah.
Bahaya.
Bravo. But folks, in case I just want to scan the QR code there, which is provided on the nose section of the aircraft, you can perhaps try to do so. I can't really recall to which link, to what website it'll take you, but probably it'll take you to the main Abel Jets Virtual Group website at www.abeljetsgroup.weebly.com, that is. Heading straight towards the Mediterranean Sea once we lift off out of the runway. That's Bravo Charlie. We'll be taking Bravo Alpha. Got some headwinds with slight crosswind components there by the looks of it. There goes the second Bravo Alpha. Traffic, Pixel 78 Delta Lima now lining up on runway 25 via Bravo Alpha. Human traffic. Cabin crew, seats for departure, please.
Cabin crew, take seats for departure.
Clear left hand, clear right. Before takeoff tracks are already complete, which means we can start rolling whenever we want. There goes Lalu. Okay. See iconic Fiumicino tower there. By the looks of it, there is an MD-AT. Is that VATSIM traffic? Or oh yeah, that's VATSIM traffic, folks. Ligurian Virtual Airline, a Ligurian Air Virtual Airline, that is. It's a real VATSIM traffic, folks. Nice. Okay. Human traffic, Pixel 78 Delta Lima now departing out of runway 25 via the SOSAC 5 Alpha departure. Human traffic. Start the chrono. %, into set takeoff thrust.
From traffic, holiday
Set indication,
971, line up and west, turn with 75 as a traffic.
80 knots cross checked. 30 knots from the left. V1. Rotate. Airborne. Positive rate of climb, Mercury's coming up. LNAV. VNAV speed now. 800. Fog up, 200 knots. View traffic, Pixel 78 Delta Lima, airborne passing 2000 feet climbing to level 390 final, last call view traffic. $3,000. Thumbs up, please. Master caution for the check was incomplete. We'll disregard that for now. Fire up the also pilot now. We got $200. Now speed. After takeoff tracks, I'll stand by for the flaps. And off we go to Gran Canaria, ladies and gentlemen, in the Horizon Simulations Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner.
Traffic, holiday 9071, departing on runway 35 by Alpha 5 Alpha departure. Traffic.
Manage speed. Flaps up speed, flaps up please. After takeoff tracks, landing gears up, flaps up, after takeoff tracks are complete. Quite a beautiful morning here out of Fiumicino, out of Rome. But looks of it, they have reached 10,000 feet. We should have also set the unit to standard there, 1013. We are now currently accelerating to our...
Dear guests, we have just climbed above the safe altitude. You may now use your electronic devices. Please
our
remember
climb
to
speed.
keep them in airplane mode. We expect a flight time of approximately 3 hours and 57 minutes. After the meal service, we will come around selling articles from the Abel Pixel shop. Thank you for your attention.
There she goes. Yes, highly automated aircraft, isn't she? We don't really need to
Other traffic,
do much.
971, airport passing 10,000 feet. Total 5 hour departure, traffic.
Let's go to our initial cruising altitude of flight level 390. Go. Quite uneventful departure out of Rome Fiumicino there. Fortunately, we did not have ATC for the departure, but that's okay. What time is about 3 hours and 50 minutes, basically 4 hours that is. And the interesting part is that we will be skimming through the coastlines of North Africa, soaring through Algeria and Morocco. Later on through the flights. And then in a few moments of time, ladies and gentlemen, we will be flying over the island of Sardinia. Which I think it was one of the many, let's say, historical islands during World War II, where the Allies fought the Axis powers there. To my memory, Sardinia and Sicily were the the islands with, say, many historical, I won't say, everything has the, I won't say that not every island has, does it have like the same historical, significance, but at least for World War II, to my memory, Sardinia and Sicily are some of those islands where many battles were fought there. Anyways, I hope you are enjoying this live stream so far. We are currently still at level 200. climbing to our usual cruising altitude at level 390 in this evening's live stream. We'll be having some step climbs by the looks of it to flight level 410. Our final cruising altitude, that is. It will be only a single step climb, I suppose, because it's just the climb will just be from flight level 390 to 410, which is basically a 2,000 feet of altitude difference. Therefore, the same, let's say, westerly heading flights. We've got some views by the looks of it, and there goes the right hand side engine of the Horizon Simulations Dreamliner. Istanbul nyala tuh Cap APP-nya.
Di mana?
Di Istanbul tuh. Kan dirimu yang sering ke Turki.
Jauh.
Terus tadi di Roma ada MD-80 kayaknya. Kayaknya dia masih di bawah deh. Callsign-nya LGX03 TN.
Iya, tadi gue lihat juga kok.
Kukira awalnya dia ini kan termasuk scenery-nya yang static aircraft, ternyata pesawat beneran, apa VATSIM traffic beneran.
Kapal Katanga Karam.
Kalau kapal karamnya kan di C9 yang biasa kamu bawa itu ya.
Bahaya.
By the way, folks, Lalu, he often flies the Sky Simulations DC9, if I'm not mistaken.
Ini nggak ada yang nyala ACC kan perjalanan ini.
Nah itu sih, nggak tahu. Kayaknya dikasih guna-guna sama Thomas. Kan pengusir ATC dia.
Bahaya.
Sorry, not Thomas. Lalu, he often flies the Sky Simulations DC9, which is a rather interesting aircraft to, be flown in VATSIM, considering that it doesn't have any FMC, it cannot do on-air procedures, it doesn't have an IRS, to my memory, looking through various YouTube reviews of the aircraft. You can only do VOR to VOR navigation, the row theta row navigation, which looks quite fun, very challenging as well, especially in the day where VOR navigation is starting to be discontinued and be replaced with RNAV and GPS based slash PBN navigation, performance based navigation, that is. Which he often flies the DC9, an aircraft that I'm quite interested to fly it, but They just don't have the, let's say, devotion yet to study the aircraft. I know it will not be that much different to the MD-80, the Leonardo MD-82, which we often fly in this YouTube channel. But let's just say that it's basically even a dumbed down MD-80, because as I mentioned, the aircraft doesn't have any waypoint or RNF capabilities. Even an IRS, it doesn't have one. So the aircraft cannot really determine, or let's say know where it is currently flying with respect to the Earth's surface. We can only determine the position with the help of ground-based navigation aids and perhaps dead reckoning as well. Orang apa, Cap?
Ada Rafale terbang.
Mana Rafale?
Atasnya matris kontrol.
Oh iya, anjir ada Rafale cuy.
Di atasnya juga ada, nggak tahu itu pesawat apa ya? Dua pesawat tempur di mana nih? Di atas lautan kanan.
Eurofighter Typhoon. Eurofighter itu Cap EUV kan?
Oh iya Eurofighter UV.
Anjir Pak, di bawahnya ada AWACS Pak. Callsignnya Snake 91. Deketnya Eurofighter ada AWACS.
Oh iya Snake 91 kan?
Yoi. Folks, I suppose there is a military training currently happening here in Europe. There is a Rafale flying out of Barcelona control, I think. Not necessarily sure of the name of the airbase there.
Lagi ngapain mereka? Lagi misi.
Bahaya. Sebelahnya AWACS ada Globemaster Pak, T-17.
Iya.
Wih serius, ini AWACS dari simulator apa ya? Aku nggak merasa ada AWACS di MSFS soalnya.
Jangan-jangan dia terbangnya tesek lagi.
Bisa jadi. Anjir, nama organisasinya Virtual NATO Pak. Lihat tuh di remarks-nya si AWACS.
Buahaya. Coba coba. virtualnato.org.
Coba aja Bang. Yeah, there's some military training happening here. We've got a Rafale, call sign, what was it? Fox 51, and 2 Eurofighter Typhoons, call signs Storm 21 and Storm 22. And interestingly enough, ladies and gentlemen, an E3 Sentry AWACS aircraft, Airborne Warning and Control System aircraft, call sign Snake 91, flying just over the Bay of Biscay there. And just behind the AWACS, Pak, astagfirullah, itu yang deketnya T-17 Globemaster ada yang namanya Camel 71. Itu kayaknya tanker Pak, A330 MRTT.
Iya, 332 kan?
Iya, itu tanker itu, MRTT itu. Bukan A330 penumpang itu. And there is a C-70 Globemaster also. Anjay. Ido terakhir ada militer gini pas kemarin 17-an itu yang flypass-nya Mas Dharma. There's a C-17 Globemaster.
Yang Apple juga lagi ngejar tuh. Ada dua ya?
Call sign VTAC 61 and an A330 MRTT, the tanker, the multi-role transport tanker. Call sign Camel 71. Eurofighter-nya ada 2, tapi Rafale cuma 1 kayaknya.
Ada 2 bang.
Eurofighter-nya kan?
Enggak, Rafale ya. Dia Fox 52 sama Fox 51.
Oh iya, sebelahan bro. Trailing ya, depan belakang persis ya.
Saling tumpuk dia.
And it appears to be that there are 2 Rafales, ladies and gentlemen, flying out of Salamanca. It's a flight of 2 Rafales, call sign Fox 51 and Fox 52. Iya tuh virtual NATO juga itu. Oke lah, kalau Rafale sama Eurofighter di MSFS ada. Cuma kalau E3 Sentry ini awak sih dari mana ya? By the way, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the island of Sardinia, as you can see there. Beautiful scenery and beautiful photogrammetry data as well. We're still currently climbing to our initial cruising altitude of flight level 390. Currently still at flight level 350, about 4,000 feet to go. Itu website virtual NATO bisa dibuka bang, apa cuma tipu-tipu?
Bisa. Ada kok ya.
Anjay. Supported platforms FSX Team Edition, Explain 11, Explain 12, Prepared sama MSFS. Take a flyby view, looking absolutely stunning, the Horizon Sim 787 Dreamliner. Take a look at that shot, folks. Beautiful, just beautiful. Wah pak, itu T-17 Globemaster-nya lagi refueling sama tankernya yang Camel 71.
Oh iya, tumpuk dia.
Ini aku ada feeling kayaknya Eurofighter-nya mau dogfight sama Rafale deh.
Mantap.
Soalnya kan dia datang dari arah yang berlawanan kan, head to head gitu.
Iya sih.
Tapi Eurofighter-nya pelan, 20.000 feet tapi ground speed reading only 400 knots. Rafale-nya supersonic kayaknya, tapi Rafale 23,000 feet, 680 knots. Your falls are definitely going supersonic now, folks. 680 knots of ground speed recorded there. And take a look at the platform view of the Dreamliner, the beautiful platform of the aircraft, added with the outstanding photogrammetry data.
NATO itu yang Snake 91 itu nggak terdaftar dia.
Waduh, bahaya. Black operation.
Dia terdaftar maksudnya member ya, tapi dia terdaftarnya sebagai MRTT Airbus 332.
Lihatnya di mana sih, Pak?
Ada di bagian home thrust departure. Atau di operation departure.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached cruising altitude. We will now begin our snack and drink service. Today we have
Oh iya,
some
party
delightful
itu ya.
options, including a savory cheese platter and a refreshing fruit selection. After the
Wih,
service,
mau
we will
ada
go
ini,
around
Pak.
selling
Mirage
articles
2000,
from the
Mirage
Abel
2000
Pixel.
itu. Mir
Thank you
2
for
strip
your
5.
attention and enjoy the flight.
Berarti ada flight ada 2 flight Eurofighter, satu flight Eurofighter, satu flight Rafale, sama satu flight Mirage 2000. Take a snap flyby shot of the aircraft as we reach our initial cruising altitude
Itu
level 3.
orangnya.
Mana
Aku
sih,
nggak
Bang?
nemu di vaksinnya.
Mirage-nya di mana sih ini? 5 Foxtrot Bravo Mike di Prancis. Tapi di VATSIM radar nggak nongol sih. LFBM nggak ada informasi Mirage. Info Rafale-nya makin kenceng, udah supersonic tuh, 800 knot ground speed, tapi altitude cuma 20.000 feet.
800 knot di ketinggian 22.000 kencengnya.
Makanya. Tapi Eurofighter-nya pelan tuh, dia cuma berapa nih, 400-an ya.
Lengkap juga websitenya, sampai itu staf kitnya juga di listing tuh mas. Dia soal dari Prancis, Jerman, sama Inggris.
Oh, gitu ya.
Foundernya jadi dari Inggris, diputi di CMC dan ACO-nya dari Prancis.
Tapi ya masuk akal sih, kan NATO dia multi nation gitu kan, multi country kan.
Iya, sama staffnya dari Turki juga.
Iya ini yang ada Fikri ini kan, namanya Fikret Anil siapa ini? Wah, di Indonesia tapi nggak ada ini rasanya. Kalau VATSIM Virtual Military Organization tuh nggak ada. Adanya di IVAO.
Iya.
Dan yang di IVAO tuh gede, punyanya Mas Vida Perkasa tuh. Aku lupa namanya, IVAO Special Operations apa gitu. Lucunya malah yang virtual TNI AU yang Special Operations itu yang di IVAO, dia kayaknya salah satu yang paling gede di IVAO.
Nggak ada lain ya?
Ada, cuma nggak segede yang Special Operationsnya itu TNI AU itu. Itu sering kok ngupdate di Instagramnya IVAO Indonesia sama kayaknya di Instagramnya Mas Vida Prakasa juga. Ya mereka biasanya pakai Hercules gitu, kadang F-16, kadang Sukhoi. Cuma nih aku penasaran banget deh, ini awak ini modelnya dari mana ya? Maksudnya add-on dari mana gitu, aku nggak pernah ingat ada awak di MSFS.
Tapi dia kedetek ya diaturnya di VATSIM server.
Makanya. By the way, folks, in case that you happen to know whether the E3 Sentry AWACS aircraft is available in Microsoft Flight Simulator or not, please do let me know, because there is an AWACS flying currently next to us. A rather interesting piece of flying machine, that is, especially with the pizza taped rotary dome on the top of the fuselage there.
Net ada kok kompatibel sama MSFS 2020. Dia originalnya dari FS 9, terus interiornya pakai 747 Asobo. Dia kayak di blender gitu.
Nah iya, ini aku barusan buka link yang sama. Berarti avionics-nya itu ya default Asobo 747 ya?
Iya sih kayaknya. Pesawatnya juga ya nggak lebih gede 747 sih.
Oh tapi berarti kalau memang sistemnya itu pakai Asobo 747, mungkin itu menjelaskan kenapa AWACS-nya ini dia bisa bikin holding pattern rapi banget.
Ya sih, kalau aslinya nggak sulit.
Itu kayaknya nggak pakai heading select gitu, itu memang FMC kayaknya. Tapi ini lucunya soal tempurnya, mereka tetap di Unicom biasa loh komunikasinya, nggak pakai frekuensi sendiri gitu. Kayak company frekuensi lah istilahnya. Kan harusnya ada tiap flight itu, tiap skadron ada frekuensinya sendiri. Buat komunikasi sama apa kayak sama wingman gitu misalnya.
Ya, dia terpisah sama itunya, yang apa, tankernya juga ada, dia pakai roket sendiri, sedangkan pesawat tempurnya enggak.
Nah itu dia. Atau enggak mereka mungkin komunikasinya pakai Discord aja sih. Oh, this flight is an AWACS aircraft by the looks of it, folks. Flying for visual NATO, that is. According to the remarks on their flight plans. Kalau lihat di flight plan-nya si Rafale tulisannya Snake Eye 2025 exercise.
Lagi exercise mereka.
Di bagian remarks flight plan-nya si Rafale yang Fox 51, mereka lagi mengadakan Snake Eye 2025 exercise.
Nah,
Fox back into the Mediterranean Sea now, ladies and gentlemen. It'll be
Eurofactor sama Rafale-nya udah mulai mendekat tuh.
oh iya, bener. Back flying over the seas for perhaps the next hour or so. And hopefully the shorelines of North Africa, in Algeria that is, should be visible on our left hand side in about an hour or so from our present position. BTW bang, aku mau maghriban dulu ya. Kalau misalnya ada ATC nyala di WA aja atau di chat.
Oke bang.
Thank you. By the way, folks, I need to do my evening prayer, unfortunately. So yeah, I'll need to be away from the flight deck for perhaps the next couple of minutes, dozen of minutes, I would say. So I think I'll take a quick break first. I'll take a quick break after my prayer. Yeah, I'll be hopefully back into the flight deck in about 15 minutes or so from now. As usual, if there is anything that goes out of the ordinary, please do let me know through the live chat. I will be monitoring the stream through my phone and obviously through my laptop as well. See you in a bit. Audio check, audio check, audio check. We are back in the flight deck, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience. But by the looks of it, I think we should have done a step climb to flight level 410. At our present position here. Bury is our next step climb waypoint, ladies and gentlemen. And now let's announce our intentions in the intercom frequency. Algiers traffic. Pixel 78 Delta Lima, step climbing from flight level 390 to flight level 410, inbound waypoint Bury. Algiers traffic. Here's our announcement. Go back to VHF2. Enough speed, little ref. Here's our first step climb for this morning. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, it appears that the corporate president of Abel Jets Virtual Group is joining us this evening. He's just departed out of Algeria, flying an Abel Cosmos Boeing 777-300ER, that is, flying as Cosmos 53 Delta. Welcome on board, Pat Thomas. Company calling. Itu kayaknya ada Pak Thomas deh.
Dari mana beliau?
Algiers di Algeria, Delta Alpha Alpha Golf.
Company calling.
Lah sampai ke sini suaranya. There he goes.
Dekat guys.
Bau-baunya gak ada ATC, soalnya ada Pak Thomas ini.
Langsung muncul toh.
Dia soalnya dukun pengusir ATC.
Bahaya. Tapi kemarin yang di New Zealand tetap edisi tetap aktif.
Tapi kan kamu gak ikut. To take us our second cruising altitude. Second cruising altitude of level 410. Temen aku ternyata punya temen. Info ordal sangat kuat.
Rafalnya udah mau landing.
Oh iya. Pak Tom sayang baru join sekarang. Tadi ada dogfight loh Pak. Rafale versus Eurofighter Typhoon ya Pak lalu tadi ya.
Yes. Oh iya.
Tuh coba aja cari di sekitar LABB itu masih ada Rafale kayaknya. Apa Eurofighter itu? Rafale barusan landed di LFBC.
Ada awak juga ya?
Yoi. Ada AWACS, ada MRTT, sama ada T-17 tadi.
Oh iya ada tuh.
Kerjaanmu kan jadi AWACS biasanya kalau dulu di YS Flight.
Sudah pensiun.
Sudah pensiun. Bukannya virtual NATO anjir nama itunya, organisasinya. Flora 410 folks, and hopefully the coastlines of North Africa, Algeria to be precise, should be visible within our official range in a few moments from now. Ah, there it is. Bingo. Thomas is currently sitting on Algiers. He'll be joining us from Algiers as we head to Gran Canaria.
Aku Eva 10 sampai 15 menit dulu ya.
Taman Cap. Ntar ku telepon gua ada apa-apa. Pak Thomas, apakah boleh timpa flight plan? Aku lupa upload wing data soalnya.
Lanjut.
Thank you.
Apa wing data?
Win data.
Oh, oke.
Try that again. Range. Invalid wind data, that is strange. Indeed. And we'll put the arrival wind data by ourselves then later on. Yeah, transition level set by ATC. Typical around Europe. Well, what's the transition altitude then? $6,000. And according to SimBrief, SimBrief, our winds for the descent would be 4520 45 24870. 203 at 020. 305 at 18. Oh, come on, my mouse suddenly lags again. Something that is very strange with MSFS, that is, or particularly when doing live streams. This sort of issue never happens when I'm not doing a live stream, but when I'm doing one, always suddenly during a particular stage of flight, the mouse will just lag for, let's say, 30 seconds or so, and then it'll come back alive. It'll be back to normal in about 30 seconds or so. Still can't really figure out what caused that, but hopefully it's not something critical. That goes to feeding you out of the left wing of the Dreamliner, ladies and gentlemen. The Horizon Simulations Dreamliner, that is. About 2 hours into the stream now, ladies and gentlemen. If you are, if you have just joined us now, please don't forget to hit the like button. It will help us to grow this YouTube channel as well as the community that is supporting it. You can also share your thoughts down beneath in the live chat and in the comment section as well once this live stream has terminated. You can also share this live stream with your friends and colleagues in case that you want to do so. If you haven't done so also, folks, please kindly subscribe to the Abel Jets Virtual Group YouTube channel for free, and don't forget to hit the bell button just right next to the subscribe button so you'll not miss any future content that we will make in this YouTube channel. If you want to support us financially, you can also head over to our Sushabus page at www.sushabus.com/AbelJetsGroup, or alternatively through the QR code that is provided on the left hand side of the live stream. Some perks of being an Abel Jets Virtual Group YouTube channel financial support includes your names being listed in the running text display beneath, and some other perks that you can check for yourselves out through our Sushabus page. Again, it's at www.sushabus.com/AbelJetsGroup, and any sorts of financial donations will be much appreciated, even the smallest ones. And that concludes the PA for the cruising phase of this morning's flight from Rome Fiumicino to Gran Canaria. Hope you are enjoying the live stream so far. Currently quite a way done through our journey this morning, and we have reached our final cruising altitude for the day at level 410, that is. Although the aircraft can still climb to flight level 430 if I remember correctly, but it is not listed in our flight plan. That is the maximum step climb capability of the aircraft that we can do in this particular say weights and balance, as well as the current environment and weather conditions. By the looks of it, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the coasts of Algeria, the northern coasts of Algeria, or North Africa that is, as you can see through the left hand side window of the aircraft. Itu BTW layout runway di Algeria kok lucu juga ya, dia kayak nyebar gitu.
Sisaan word tuh jangan-jangan.
Tapi kalau kesalahan dia bentuknya rapi masalahnya, gak kayak Suta.
Bawaan dari Perang Dunia Kedua nggak sih?
Wah, nggak tahu aku. If you take a look into Algiers runway layout, folks, it's quite interesting. It's the runways. The airport has two runways. The runways are laid out in a V-shaped configuration, which is pretty interesting. Ini kayak itu nggak sih, Montreal Mirabel juga gini kayaknya bentuknya. Kayaknya Montreal Mirabel konfigurasi runway-nya juga gitu nggak sih?
Iya kayaknya gitu juga. Nah, aku ingatnya ini juga.
Tut 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 tut. Clocking a ground speed of 472 knots there, ladies and gentlemen. We've got some crosswinds with some headwind components by the looks of it. Or else we would have cruised at much higher speeds. Considering that we are quite lightweight this morning. Only flying about 213 passengers out of 270, our maximum
Aku udah
limits.
non-seksi aja. Lupa nyalain mesin kiri.
Anjay, single engine taxi. And we are only uplifting about 24 tons of fuel, which is very much below the maximum fuel capacity of the aircraft. We'll come back to the flight deck, Mas Rusdi. Masya Allah, ini streaming ya, lupa. Let's head outside, shall we? Itu ATC di negara kesukaannya Pak Thomas buka dari tadi kami mulai streaming tuh, masih buka sampai sekarang CTR aja. Negara Apollo Iman Mega Rexas. And by the looks of it, ladies and gentlemen, we will be flying overhead of Algiers in a couple of minutes from now. Hopefully the cinematic cameras from Chase Plane would capture that, because the terrain down beneath, arid looking terrain on the northern side of Africa, but I don't think that will be seeing some desert, except when we are flying within the Moroccan airspace, I suppose. Should happen in about an hour or so from now. Right, flying over the Algiers VOR now. As you can see, we are conducting a turn to the right. Thomas is straight down beneath us at about he's down beneath us 41,000 feet below us at sea level. Flying an Abel Cosmos PMDG 777-300ER, it appears to be. It's taking runway 05 by the looks of it for departure, which means that he'll need to conduct a U-turn right after departure to join the rest of the group flight. BTW fun fact, kalau kita terbang ke Gran Canaria-nya kemarin itu ternyata ada event ramenya, Masya Allah.
This traffic Metro 53 Delta taking off runway 05, departure of T1 Charlie departure, Algiers.
It's taking runway 05 for departure by the looks of it. Algiers.
Sampai berapa traffic, Bang?
Ya tipikal Eropa lah, 50 ke atas gitu. Departure points-nya banyak soalnya, ada yang dari UK, ada yang dari Prancis, ada yang dari Italia juga. Pokoknya destination-nya semuanya di Canary Islands. Take a look at that terrain down beneath the showman. The photogrammetry data is surely excellent in North Africa here. Even better than in my home country, shall I say. And all of these graphical settings for the terrain data and the photogrammetry data, etc. They are set to medium. Imagine if this was done in ultra graphical settings. It'll be much better than this, obviously. Alright, Lalu's now flying over at the Algiers VOR, conducting the same turn as we did a couple of minutes ago.
Algiers traffic, Meteor 53 Delta, waiting 2500, airborne, Algiers.
Traffic, Walker 4203, roll in 05.
And there goes Thomas conducting his U-turn to rejoin the airway, the Uniform Alpha 411 airway, that is.
Algiers ini bandaranya take off-nya ini banget, langsung belok kiri.
Soalnya dirimu muter 180 derajat gak sih?
Enggak, maksudku setelah take off langsung belok terus.
Oh, langsung banting kiri gitu di seatnya ya?
Nah itu maksudnya.
Interesting. No, because we are actually flying over the North African region, folks. I suppose the cruising playlist should be this one. This is for EU. We've got our own playlist for the MENA region, Middle East and North Africa, which will play right after this music ends. Take a look at that view, folks. Absolutely stunning. Some ports on the Algerian coast there. Take a look at that view, folks. Photogrammetry data is absolutely stunning around here. Those hills and mountains. And remember, these are being done at medium graphical settings. Currently cruising over the northern coastlines of Algeria, and in about half an hour or so we'll be transiting through the Moroccan airspace. The landscape beneath appears to slowly change towards more, let's say, desert-like terrain features. It was previously more akin to, let's say, arid landscapes, but it's now slowly changing to a desert-like terrain. And that rate of change perhaps will accelerate once we enter the Moroccan airspace, but we shall see. Last time we flew to Morocco, I think that was last year, wasn't it? No, we flew from Morocco, not to Morocco. We flew from Morocco to Malaga, I think that was in Spain. From Marrakesh with the Holy Abel Day A321 CEO. That was during the early days of the Phoenix A321 and A319 being released. With the usual Friday evening group flight with Aldo Mampira, Diona Darmatatia and Lazy Pilot as well at that time, if I remember correctly. Unfortunately he hasn't been streaming much, Lazy Pilot. I just can't seem to find if he's still streaming or not, or you know, get some information regarding that. Which it is what it is. Hopefully he's okay. Just haven't heard from him in the past couple of months. Unfortunately, the Horizon Simulations 787-9 doesn't have any interior, cabin to be more precise. Considering that it's a free...
AFK for the next 20 minutes ya.
Roger, Cap.
Infokan jika ada kapal karam.
Unfortunately, it doesn't have any interior, cabin interior that is. But nonetheless, it's a freeway aircraft, so I can't really complain much. It's a wonderful aircraft in many terms. And it's actually based out of the stock Asobo 787-10, which you know, doesn't necessarily have the best quality in terms of, let's say, flight dynamics, etc. But it appears that the team in Horizon Simulations, they have somehow refined the, let's say, flight dynamics, flight characteristics, flight performance, as well as the flight management computers of the aircraft, the flight systems, say the packs, the lead air systems, etc. To my memory, that happens before the avionics and aircraft avionics update 2 was released several years ago, where working title simulations helped Asobo to, let's say, make their 787-10 flyable in VATSIM, quote unquote. By the looks of it, Thomas will be cruising at a slightly lower cruising altitude than Lalo and I for this evening's flight. Lalo is currently cruising at flight level 390. We are currently at flight level 410, and Thomas will only climb up to flight level 380. I suppose she's carrying a massive payload or some sort of stuff like that. Considering he's flying an Abel Cosmos aircraft, which usually slings a rocket underneath the wing on a custom wing pod, sorry, on a custom hardpoint. At least that's the iteration in Wise Flight Simulator, which unfortunately we cannot do in Microsoft Flight Simulator yet. But in Wise Flight, as I've mentioned, Abel Cosmos aircraft, let's say the 777 and the 747, they can sling orbital launch vehicles on custom hardpoints beneath their wings. But take a look at that photogrammetry scenery, ladies and gentlemen. Somehow it reminds me of southern Spain, Malaga, and some other regions nearby. Considering that North Africa and the southern part of Europe is only, they are only separated by, say, at least in these spots they are separated by the narrower parts of the Mediterranean Sea and also the Strait of Gibraltar, several hundred kilometers ahead. Actually, let's check if we will be flying next to it. See our flight plan here. Unfortunately, we'll only be flying a beam of the Strait of Gibraltar there, which means I don't think we'll be able to see that. Sorry, the Strait of Gibraltar itself, which is the closest point between Africa and Europe. And the point that separates the Mediterranean Sea with the Atlantic Ocean. We've got some lakes by the looks of it on our left hand side. Ooh, unfortunately we've just had quite a massive stutter there. I was quite concerned for a second or two that the simulator would crash or anything, but so far we haven't had any CTDs with the Horizon Simulations 787-9, which is a rather stable aircraft considering that it's based upon the Asobo 787-10, the default one, or the stock one if we were using a Wise Flight Simulator phraseology back then. Did Thomas just having a CTD? Because Steam just said that Thomas is restarting his MSFS. Pixel 78 Delta Lima calling Meteor 53 Delta. Hopefully nothing bad happened to him. 24 knots of headwind there at Gran Canaria. Interesting. The terrain beneath is starting to look redder now. You can probably see. Company calling.
Go ahead, company.
Di Gran Canaria expecting runway 23 ya? Sorry, runway 03 ya? 03 left.
Standby.
Roger. 03 left will be the runway choice for this morning's flight, considering that it has a 24 knots headwind there. Insane. Very strong that is. Hope you're enjoying the live stream so far, ladies and gentlemen. You're about 40% through our journey this morning from Rome Fiumicino to Gran Canaria in the Canary Islands.
Yep, the last traffic landed Canaria, direction left.
Roger, thanks for the heads up, Cap.
Zero 03 left, Yankee, X-ray or Zulu.
Aku pakai yang Zulu sih, Cap, soalnya dia waypointnya RNAV dan biasanya kan kalau ILS ngitungnya dari huruf paling bawah ya.
Yap.
We should be entering the Moroccan airspace in a few minutes from now. By the looks of it, there is still no ATC. You know, Thomas has, let's say, some kind of a curse box. Whenever he flies, usually an ATC center either shuts down or just doesn't open. Or the third possible scenario would be that Thomas himself would just, let's say, change his flight plan from... Sorry, change his flight plan to an area that doesn't have any ATC coverage. Our ground speed there, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see on the top right corner of the overlay, has been decreased even more significantly there. We are currently cruising at only 446 knots there, which signifies a very strong headwind. Imagine if we were doing this with narrow body jetliner such as the 737 or the A320, the ground speed reading would perhaps fall even more, let's say to 400 knots or so. Take a look at that view, folks. Never ceases to amaze me how, you know, photogrammetry data can be used for flight simulators. There goes a flyby cam of the aircraft. Dreamliner. You're now transiting into the Moroccan airspace, ladies and gentlemen. Fortunately, there is still yet to be any ATC so far. On a side note, it appears that we are almost halfway through our journey this morning, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look at that view again. It's always amazing, isn't it, whenever photogrammetry is enabled? Or whenever there is good photogrammetry data within the country that you're flying. On a side note, our ground speed has even further declined, ladies and gentlemen, just to 443 knots now, indicating a very strong headwind. And as I've predicted about an hour ago, as you can see, the terrain has changed quite drastically from arid landscapes to deserts now, as we travel through the Moroccan airspace. Wih, ada Bang Jose nih. Wow, pesawat baru lagi. Sebenarnya livernya udah lama sih, udah kayak 2 bulan apa 3 bulan, jadi cuma baru di stream kali ini aja sih. Kalau AOC yang ini call sign-nya apa, Pak? Ini call sign-nya Pixel, Abel Pixel, Bang Jose. Dia low cost carrier-nya Abel Jets Group, basically. Hope you are enjoying the live stream so far, Bang Jose. Terima kasih banyak sudah mampir. Jadi Abel Jet sendiri tuh kalau AOC-nya Bang, itu ada kayak 30-an kalau di total. Itu ada spreadsheet-nya di website. Aku coba kirim di ini deh, di chat, kayaknya bisa. Itu subsidiary-nya banyak banget. Dia udah kayak konglomerat gitu, saking banyaknya. Coba ya. Nah ini, kalau mau dilihat sendiri, Sumangga. Wah, very similar to Zip Air with the 787. Iya Bang, jadi memang Abel Pixel ini ada wide body-nya, tapi ya memang type-nya hanya 787 gitu buat rute-rute yang let's say fat lah, yang gemuk gitu, atau yang long range. Sisanya kita pakai 739 sama 737-700 sama Max juga, Max 8 yang iFly itu. You must be a billionaire to own 30 AOCs. Amin, 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 amin. Terima kasih atas doanya Bang Jose. Semoga jadi billionaire beneran ya. Walaupun kondisi lagi agak kere beberapa minggu terakhir. Unfortunately, there is still no ATC surrounding us except for Marrakesh. Oh no, Casablanca. That is. There are some ground controllers that are active at Casablanca. 2 frequencies actually. I think they are doing some kind of a what's it called? CPT exam. Yes, the saying goes, ladies and gentlemen, whenever Thomas flies, there is no ATC. Hopefully I'll be able to do my own S2 CPT by the end of the month. Would love to have you be there. Oh, that's a very nice information there, Bang Jose. Thank you so much for the information there. Hopefully you'll pass with flying colors. Unfortunately, pilots don't have an info line like ATCs, otherwise you'd be able to share your stream there. I see. Fingers crossed, Bang Jose. All the best for your CPT there. S2 is for tower to approach controller, isn't it? Or is it from ground to tower? I can't really recall. But I suppose that's from tower to approach. Might have to check that out later on. Oh, it's for tower. Gotta go now. Thanks for the wishes. We should go all the best. Safe journey. Ah, thank you so much, Bang Jose. Have a great one, Bang. Selamat malam. Sampai jumpa lagi. Lagi nggak ini? Aku kira tadi lagi jadi tower di itu loh, di Suta. Biasanya kan jaga tower di situ. Have a great one, Bang. Selamat beristirahat. malam jumpa lagi. Template banget. Aku tuh jujur, aku tuh orangnya tuh nggak pinter ini ya, nggak pinter kayak menyusun kata-kata secara rapi gitu kan. Jadi ya mau nggak mau template gitu. Jadi kayak malam jumpa lagi mulu sampai kayak nggak tahu mau ngomong apa soalnya. Mungkin nanti malam baru buka tower. Siap bang, siap. Happy controlling bang. Kalau dibilang tuh apa ya, stammering lah. I stammer a lot orangnya tuh. Jadinya ngomongnya apa-apa pakai template. Tidak bisa apa ya, flowing gitu secara lugas. By the looks of it, ladies and gentlemen, the arid landscapes have 100% turned into deserts, as you can see down beneath, as we fly over the Moroccan airspace. And we should be flying a beam to Casablanca, sorry, a beam with Casablanca in about 15 or 20 minutes or so. Apparently there are some ground controllers, as I've mentioned, likely doing a CPT exam, because there is the ground underscore X controller, which usually is the examiner. Kabut banget sih anjir. Ya Allah. You know, folks, so I'm getting a bit bored here. Let's just try to tune into the ATIS at Casablanca, just to cure the boredom here. F2, and just you know, listen to what's currently happening down there.
Airport 8 is information Juliet 1300 Zulu. Expect ILSD runway 35 right. TRLSLSO UR 0 runway 35 landing. Runway 35 right for tow. After vacating runway 35 left hold short of taxiway Tango.
250 knots, sorry, 54 knots of headwind there, ladies and gentlemen. That is insane. Ground speed cruising to 439 knots there, as you can see.
Heavy traffic entering release stands of fuse mass power. 134010. When variables between 30020. Capital K. Temperature 26. 2.18. Altimeter 1014. Trim. No significant changes. Avoid no initial contact. You have information. Juliet. Mohammed V International Airport is information.
Company traffic, wind speed check dong. Ini di flight level 410 dia 50 knots headwind.
Flight level 054.
Aku lupa cara cek wind speed di 777.
Kan ada di pojok ini ya, pojok kiri atas gak sih kalau di navigation display mah?
Bear with me.
Yang ada panah-panahnya itu, Pak. Ini angin kencengnya kayak waktu di Arab, soalnya dia 50 knots tapi headwind.
Flight level 3X0 53 knot.
Gak ada yang mending, sama aja semua. Take a look at that view, folks. We've got some plantations here and there, some farms as well, by the looks of it.
Ada Pak yang mending diubah manual arah anginnya jadi taluin.
Aku takut CTD sih jujur kalau kayak gitu tuh.
Pesawatnya bisa ketarik sih kalau gitu, bahaya sih.
Nah itu dia.
Kalau ketarik kedorong.
We are halfway down through our journey this evening, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. About an hour and a half or so from Canary Islands, that is, Gran Canaria, which is the busiest airport in terms of traffic movement, if I remember correctly, for the Canary Islands. Pantesan terbang ke sana dari Italia kok 4 jam. Padahal kurasa tadi jaraknya ya kayaknya cuma 2 apa 3 gitu. Ternyata karena ini headwindnya kenceng banget. I was initially quite skeptical regarding the block time that SimBrief provided, considering that, you know, just say, not as a rule of thumb, but if logically routes of, let's say, 1,000 nautical miles or so, you can fly that distance in about 2 hours or 3 hours, but this one takes 4 hours, folks. I was initially skeptical regarding the block time data there, but it turns out it's due to the very strong headwinds that we are currently facing. This reminds me of the earlier Hajj operations live streams where we flew to Jeddah in Saudi Arabia, where we also faced similarly strong headwinds, up to 60 knots, that was, if I remember correctly. Which, again, if I recall correctly, it delayed our arrival into Jeddah up to an hour or so. Because the winds that were generated or prepared by the SimBrief dispatch, it did not account for the changes that happened during the stream, where the wind vector, or the wind directions, changed quite significantly when we were in flight. Which led to the aforementioned delay up to an hour. 440 knots now. The wind speed, sorry, the ground speed indication. Still battling through the strong headwinds now, unfortunately. Another flyby view there, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, if you look at the terrain down beneath, it's starting to get a bit more mountainous, and you can see many more ridges now, ridges and canyons down beneath, which you can probably see. Take a look at that mountain range and canyons, pretty beautiful, absolutely gorgeous, aren't they? You know what, folks, let's pre-program our arrival into Gran Canaria now, I suppose. Considering that it appears that there will be no runway changes or whatsoever. The winds are still very strong. So 26 knots of headwind now, of headwinds there at Gran Canaria. Roo 67 Zulu will be our star. Expecting ILS Zulu to runway 03 left. Low altitude transition.
Beep, beep, beep.
Doot, doot, doot.
Kita landing runway berapa guys?
03 left sepertinya.
Zero 3 left to C7 Zulu arrival.
Okay, firm cap.
Understood, thank you.
$54 knots of headwind now, they're showing. That is insane.
Approach-nya banyak juga ya.
Iya, pilihnya yang Zulu aja yang paling bawah biasanya. Kalau ILS mah.
Understood.
We'll put in the situational awareness rings at GCLP. The final approach course would be let's see, 026 degrees at 15, 026 at 10, and 026 at 6. That should do the job. And the minimums would be we are flying a category Delta aircraft, makes it 443 feet. That is set. Unfortunately, we do not have any VSDs for the aircraft there, which is quite unfortunate. Wih, gyro control nyala tuh. About an hour's way from arriving into Gran Canaria. About 563 nautical miles run.
Nggak ada.
Kairo Pak, Kairo, Mesir.
Oh, telah dengar, sorry.
Bahaya.
Oh iya, hijau tuh.
Apel hijau.
Tapi kok dia hijaunya bukan hijau yang biasa ya?
Gak tahu sekarang VATSIM radar hijaunya bisa warna-warni gitu.
Yo, semangat yo, 1 jam lagi.
1 jam lagi.
Easy.
Alah, mentang-mentang nyusul dari Algeria. Weh, itu Roma sekarang ada ground controllernya lah.
Lagi ramai banget di situ soalnya.
Iya, lumayan rame. "53 knots of headwind daily showman. Very strong indeed."
Anchorage pun nyala tuh loh.
Jauh banget Pak sampai ke Anchorage.
Ada Concorde 1149 knot di atas, mau ke London.
Alamak.
Kapal cepat.
Kalau kita kapal karam ya.
Kapal karam.
Poker 27 tuh kapal karam terlambat di dunia. Ya, kapal penumpang sekelas di atas 10 seat yang paling lambat kayaknya Poker 27 deh.
Ground speednya berapa dulu tuh?
Berapa ya? Lupa aku. Poker 27 berapa ya rata-rata? Kan dulu mau pernah terbang.
Seingat aku nggak sampai 200 knot sih.
Nah itu kapal paling karam lambat sedunia itu.
dia ada headwind kencang dikit terbang mundur nanti.
Coba kayak posisi kita itu berapa tadi ground speednya kira-kira?
Nggak berprogres terbangnya.
Asumsi cruising 150 knot ground speed dikurangi di minus sama wind speed 50 ya 100 knot doang.
Itu kayak kecepatan approach-nya dia.
Sama Bush masih lebih cepat Bush itu.
Sama Cessna, aduh, lebih cepat Cessna kayaknya.
Tapi anehnya tuh Fokker 27 turboprop loh, kok pelan banget tapi ya. Kalau piston engine oke lah. Passing some lakes there on the right hand side.
Ya mesin tua, dia tergolong di tua kan.
Saya kataku salah satu turboprop civilian pertama di dunia sih.
Pakai tangan deh.
Yoi. Di Tenerife BTTS rame banget tuh. On the other hand, additionally, we should be flying over Marrakesh in a few moments from now. A city that we flew out from several months ago.
Parallel landing nggak sih?
Kalau mau nanti kamu ini aja Pak, side step approach. Jadi pakai localizernya 03 left. Nanti pas sudah kayak mau minimum manual aja, manual geser ke kanan. Yang 03 right soalnya nggak ada localizer ya, cuma bisa RNB. I'm just thinking about doing a side step approach. He's sorry, he wants to do a parallel landing
Mari kita coba.
onto Gran Canaria's runway 03, right? Considering that those two runways are situated very close to one another, and they have the same runway headings, 026 degrees that is. He's contemplating whether he'd like to do a side step approach or not, because he wants to do a parallel landing. We're flying over at Royal Air Maroc ATR 72 in a few moments from now. Sementara di depan kita ada ATR Royal Air Maroc. Dia cuma 20.000 feet tapi ground speed hampir 300 knot gara-gara dapat bonus tailwind.
BTW di Maroko ya, mereka punya HSR, aku baru sadar.
Yoi, yang TGV duplex itu kan.
Negara Afrika ini punya high speed rail, bro.
The only African country with the with a high speed rail, if I remember correctly.
Crazy.
Train setnya pakai TGV duplex ya kata apa TGV M gitu.
Iya, pakai duplex ya. Tapi masih kencang nembus.
Pushing how? Ni hao, pushing how? Kan sudah smart EMU, Pak.
Crazy itu smart EMU tuh loh.
There goes the city of Marrakesh beneath us, as you can see. Company traffic radio check.
Bye. 555.
Yep, thank you, Jose. Wind speeds are still not in our favor, should I say. But we're pretty strong, about 50 knots right into our face, ladies and gentlemen. by the looks of it, folks, we have reached the western coastlines of Morocco, as you can see through the live stream. We are about 45 minutes away, hopefully, from our top of the descent. Currently flying overhead what's the name of this airport called? Mike Alpha Delta. Agadir Al Masira International Airport, that is. And about 4 hours into the live stream now, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, the ground speed is still indicating about 440 knots there, due to very strong headwinds that we are currently facing. You know what, I'm getting a bit thirsty. Perhaps the cabin crew would have something for us to drink. A cup of tea won't hurt anyone, will it? Hi Laura, can you please bring a cup of tea to the flight deck? Thank you.
Certainly, Captain. I will bring a couple of seats to the flight deck right away.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Captain.
There goes the western coastlines of Morocco as we head over to the Atlantic Ocean. Open traffic, yang di belakang aman kah?
Aman saja.
Aman.
Ya, belum terindikasi mengenai linggis Jawa ya. Actually, like, how far are we from our top of descent? Insufficient fuel, interesting. Guys, ada info menarik. Ini di pesawatku dapat warning tulisannya insufficient fuel.
Menarik.
This is interesting. I've added about
FOB berapa lagi emangnya?
7,5 ton sih.
Harusnya sampai sih.
This is interesting.
Nyampe. Bentar lagi di sana.
Ya, sekitar 200 mile lagi descent. Oh, masih 4,9 ton sih kalau katanya FMC mah ketika landing. Tapi kenapa dapat warning insufficient fuel ya? Headwind dia nggak bisa ini ya, simulasi fuel leak atau something. Kan nggak bisa failure dia ya.
Tapi kalau aku bawa 787 emang sering gitu sih, cuma aku nggak peduli aja.
Okay, interesting. BTW, reporting from flight level 410, the winds are now reducing to 28 knots of headwind. About 200 miles from TOD, ladies and gentlemen. There goes the western coastlines of Morocco, which faces to the Atlantic Ocean. Strangely enough, the ground speed indication in the Fly Live Studio so far latest update.
Tahiti dari pulau nggak jelas itu juga insufficient fuel. Tapi pas mendarat masih sisa 2 ton gitu.
2 ton udah agak warning sih. Soalnya wide body pak. Kalau 737 mah nggak apa-apa.
Cukup itu cukup.
Tapi enaknya di MSFS kalau memang alamat fuelnya beneran habis bisa ngetit, fuelnya bisa diisi kan, nggak kayak IS Lite. Kalau IS Lite kalau fuelnya udah habis ya udah mati.
Kalau aku metodenya pakai slow mode. Ku percepat pesawatnya.
Kalau nggak bisa time acceleration juga kan.
Tapi nggak semua bisa time acceleration. Kemarin aku dari Taipei ke Jakarta 330 kan nggak ada slow mode, nggak ada time acceleration. Aku pakai slow mode. Pas nyampe di atas dekat Jakarta, aku stopin slownya, flight controlnya error semua.
Perkara sulit.
Nggak bisa autopilot ya?
Flight controlnya error, jadi kayak harus apanya gitu, dimatiin terus nyalain lagi. Bukan apa sih namanya, lupa.
Itu FAC sama elak yang di atas ya.
Nah, elak ya. Elaknya harus dinyalamatiin, soalnya pas dia autopilotnya tuh kayak nggak responsif gitu. Kayak dia harusnya belok, dia nggak belok.
Tapi on arrival apakah elaknya nyala apa mati?
Elaknya nyala, terus harus di restart gitu, matiin, nyalain lagi, terus baru bener dah.
Bahaya.
aku juga sempat gitu pas sama Mas Aldo ke Amerika gitu kan. Dia autopilotnya nggak bisa diaktifin, jadi seperempat terakhir perjalanan manual full.
Edan jauh tuh.
Ke Amerika teh yang ke itu, ke Anchorage itu dari Jepang.
Lupa, dirimu nggak ikut kalau nggak salah waktu itu.
Almost there, ladies and gentlemen. We are almost there. We are almost there. About 4 hours and 15 minutes into the live stream now, ladies and gentlemen. This will likely be a 5-hour long live stream by the looks of it. And hope you are enjoying the live stream so far. Lah itu Roma malah terang sekarang, ada ground, ada tower. Pak Thomas sekali-sekali masuklah ke areanya London Control tuh, biar merasakan kekacauan lalu lintas udara paling ekstrim di dunia mengalahkan Jakarta.
Nggak mau bro, crazy bro.
Pas banget lagi tuh London Control lagi nyala sekarang.
Takut galak-galak.
About 80% through our journey this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are about 160 miles away from our top of the sun also. And I sure we'll start the arrival briefing about 80 miles from TOD. Ini pesawat Abel Cosmos muatannya hari ini apa Pak? Bawa rudal?
Bawa konspirasi Pak.
Bahaya.
Ini muatan hari ini bawa ini ada anggota DPR Konoha. Konoha Uganda.
Ke NTB ya?
Betul.
Mau diterjunin di mana itu?
It's fluctuating there.
Di mana ya? Belum kepikiran, tapi memang arahnya ke sana deh.
Almost reaching our TOD there.
Tapi kok unik ya, kenapa Abel Cosmos punya 777 ya Pak Abel?
Lah kan buat peluncurin roket Pak kalau di US Line.
Kenapa punyanya 777-300 maksud saya?
Lah ya itu Anda. Malah tanya ke saya.
Enggak, tidak menyesal saya gitu.
Oh padahal PMDG ada tuh 777 tuh. By that yang 200 ER.
Telat rilis. Ini tuh produk ini ya, produk salah bikin ini. Tapi ternyata bagus juga gitu. Anyway, info apakah ada turbulence? Karena pesawat saya goyang-goyang lumayan nih.
Wind speed fluctuating sih between 15 to 20 knots. Coba pesawatku steady state kayak batu aja sih sekarang di level 410.
Lumayan crosswind sih ini, makanya kalau di 380 jadi goyang-goyang pesawatnya.
Kuat naik ke 410 nggak coba? Atau 400?
Udah mau di-set.
Tanggung ya.
Siki lagi nih.
Take us the Moroccan coastline in the distance there, ladies and gentlemen.
Setengah jam lagi.
Aku 80 miles from TOD.
Ayo bisa aku 100 mile from TOD. 120 nih.
Right folks, about 80 miles from TOD, we'll start the arrival briefing. So, Cynthia, you have control?
Ini feelingku aja apa makin hari yang main MSFS makin banyak ya?
Ya memang logikanya begitu nggak sih?
Enggak, maksudnya lumayan signifikan gitu nambahnya. Kayaknya pas awal-awal main VATSIM nggak sebanyak ini gitu loh. Ini banyak banget sih.
Atau mungkin karena kita lagi di Eropa aja, Pak. Biasanya kan dirimu terbang di antah berantah. Alright folks.
Itu ekspedisi kutub.
Info apa? Alright folks,
di kutub gak ada ETC, jadi saya daftar pertama.
We'll be taking the Rusik 7 Zulu arrival into Gran Canaria, expecting the ILS Zulu approach with runway 03. For the arrival itself, the transition level is actually set by the transition level set by the ATC for now we'll use level 60, which is the transition altitude. The airport elevation would be 77 feet. From Rusik we'll go to Fuerteventura, then Paita, Canis, and the initial approach fix will be at Lalto, which has platform altitude of 5,000 feet and a maximum speed limit of 220 knots. We've got some speed limit restrictions up to 150 knots and below 10,000 within speed reduction area. Expect for military aircraft is basically the usual speed restriction. And speed restrictions are listed by ATC Cross and Neta and Lalto at 220 knots.
Ayo Pak Bel, kita ekspedisi
9 DME from the localizer at 190 knots, and then 4 DME at 160 knots. Company traffic informing for the star ada speed control ya. Kalau dilihat di chart yang star itu, chart 10-2F ada speed controlnya yang waktu di localizer 9 DME 190 knot, 4 DME 160 knot. The MSA around the airport reference point is
will comply.
Is universal all the way around, uniform. Sorry, 8,500 feet or more there. And the holding procedure of Lalto is is with an inbound course of 231 degrees, maximum 220 knots with a maximum holding altitude of 5,000 in case that we need to do so. For the approach itself into Gran Canaria, we are expecting ILS Zulu into runway 03 left with the localized frequency of 109.9 MHz. The identifier will be India Lima Papa, as you can see there. Final approach course will be at 026 degrees with platform altitude of 2,000 feet, about 5.8 DME from the India Lima Papa localizer. We've discussed about the MSA there, 8,500 feet all the way around. In case of a misapproach, we'll climb on a course of 026 up to Lima Papa 405, then turn right direct to Lima Papa 406. Follow on a 057 degree heading, maximum 210 knots to reach 3,000. Maintain 3,000 and wait for radar instructions. And these ones are for the lost comms misapproach procedures. Transition level is actually by ATC, but considering that we don't have ATC, we'll just use the transitional altitude there at 6,000 feet and make that as flight level 060. These are some caveats to the approach: initial segments with approach and holding procedures, DME required. ILS DME reads 0 at the 03 left threshold, which is to be noted. No obstacle free zone, non 03 left, PSS penetrated. It's a holding. Also holding GNSS required. We do have GNSS, that is right. It's a standard 3 degree glide slope all the way to touchdown, and the minimums for a category Delta aircraft. is 403 feet. Add that to add that with 40 feet makes it 443 feet. As you can see there. The RVRs for category Delta aircraft for our current weather conditions indicating 800 meters or more, which is a good sign. And circle to land is not authorized west of the runway. And the speed control, as we saw earlier at Thomas inside BFM, Alto 220, Lima Papa Charlie, and Tishka 210, 9 DME at 190, 4 DME at 160. Primary threats to the rifle itself will be pilot complacency, unfamiliarity with the region, as well as high terrain on the western side of the aerodrome. And then after landing we will be planning to taxi out via Sierra 3 to taxiway call then into the North Apron, Romeo 1-2, as you can see there. These are some of the hotspots at the airport, including hotspot 1 near exit Gulf, as you can see. But anything else looks good. Or besides any of this, do you have any questions, comments, or concerns, India? No? That should complete the arrival briefing then. And I have control of this aircraft. We'll set the initial descent altitude to level 230. Set the VREF to 138 knots there for flaps 30 landing. Do the descent checklist, shall we? So descent checklists recall. That is check auto brake level 3, check landing data, VREF is 138 knots, minimum at 443 feet, and approach briefing is complete. The descent checklist has been completed. Standing by for the approach checklist. Hi Laura, just want to let you know that we will be starting our initial descent to Gran Canaria in about 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you for the update, Captain. I will prepare for the announcement regarding our descent. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be beginning our initial descent to Gran Canaria in approximately 5 minutes. Please ensure that your seat belts are securely fastened and your seat backs are in the upright position. Thank you.
We are now approaching the approaching the island of Fuerteventura. And we'll be flying over at its VOR before joining our star for this evening's live stream or this evening's raffle. Should be flying out TOD now. Strangely enough, the aircraft did not want to capture its VNAV path. Kept the aircraft descend here. Alright, that's definitely too much. That is strange. That was definitely strange. The aircraft should have initialized its own descent, but strangely enough it did not.
Pak Abel, airspeed check.
287 knots, decimal 85 Mach.
Okay, understood.
India Lima Papa, cross-checked with final approach course of 027 degrees. Almost reaching our descent profile there. Speed control. Lull to hopefully it's already been included in the FFC, which they are, as you can see.
Reaching top of descent, descending.
Back on profile, as you can see. Down to 6,000, which is the transition level. altitude we must be 220 knots or less, as you can see.
Lumayan nukik juga desainnya ya.
Iya.
Dari desain profilnya 4000, buset. Ya bener aja.
Aku sampai 6000 tadi, Pak.
Buset.
Passing through flight level 200 now. Stop the aircraft to decelerate there. Company traffic Pixel 78 Delta 5 decelerating heavily due to speed constraint to 220 knots.
Copy traffic.
By the looks of it, there is a Lufthansa Airbus A350-1000 on the ground at Gran Canaria, so we are not alone, at least.
Company traffic, holiday 9071, reach top of descent and descending initially to flight level 150.
Here's our first speed constraint, like call 220 as well. That's what the terrain. There goes the speed brakes of the Dreamliner, as you can see. Pretty massive, aren't they?
Landing wind approximately headwind 30 knots.
Oh ya, sudah 30 knots sekarang.
Sorry, 25.
Oke. Masih tetap kencang banget sih tapi. Gak apa-apa, paling gak bukan tailwind. Lihat guys, nanti ground speed kalian rendah banget. Good 20 knots on profile on speed.
Tapi kalau crosswind seru deh.
Kemalangan. Inbound Lacor now. This we must be 210 knots or less. Pushing 10,000.
Company traffic, copy Meteor 53 Delta, reducing speed to 220 knots, 220 knots. Company traffic.
Traffic company.
Hati-hati tuh yang belakang sendiri masih 500 knot ground speed ya. Jangan sampai disundul.
452, mana ada 500.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now on our final approach into Gran Canaria. Please turn off your electronic devices and stow them until we arrive at the gate. Ensure your tray tables are put away, your seats are in the
Itu di sana ngebut itu.
and your seat belts are fastened.
There goes the all of Gran Canaria, ladies and gentlemen, in the distance. We are almost there.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Cabin crew 10 minutes to landing.
Thank you, Captain. I will prepare for the landing announcement.
This car 210. Go even lower now, 3000. Flies is active. Aku pindah Unicom ya.
Copy.
Pause the music for arrival now, ladies and gentlemen. The local QNH is 1016. Should hopefully indicate good weather because of the high air pressure. Yeah, the sea state is also a bit choppy down there. You can see the waves and the swells quite prevalent down there. QNH 1016, wasn't it? FM 1016 passing 6,000 feet. Now that is checked. Laps once please. Stand by. Checklist. Push checklist. Normal. Push checklist complete. Standing by for the landing checks. Apply on the profile. Setting to do platform altitude of 2,000 feet there. Speed control 190 till 9. 190 at 9. Quickly at 12 PME. There goes the airport, just beneath the window beam there. Turning final. Laps 5 please. Got some wind turbines ahead and terrain, obviously. Lots of wind turbines. As we turn into final. Let's see. Push mode. Lock glide slope. Push altitude 3,000. Gran Canaria traffic. Pixel 2, correction, Pixel 78 Delta Lima is established on the localizer runway 03 left VR 7 DME, Gran Canaria traffic. Gears coming down, class 15 please. Till 4. Landing checklist, speed brakes, arm, landing gears, down 3 green flaps, 30 green light. Landing checklist is complete. For DME, manage speed, VREF is 143.
Gran Canaria traffic, Meteor 53 Delta, inbound ILS, still runway 05 and ILS runway 03 left, behind the 787, arriving at 787. Alright, traffic.
Gran Canaria traffic, Pixel 29er, correction Pixel 78 Delta Lima, short final runway 03 left, Gran Canaria. Disconnecting autopilot of control. Manual flight. Take a look at the ground speed there, folks. Only 125 knots with a 31 knots headwind.
Approaching minimums.
117 knots, ladies and gentlemen.
Minimums.
Continue. Usual. 115. Down. Speed brakes up. Goes to normal. 60 knots. Reverse to stout. Auto brakes disarmed, manual braking. That was interesting, wasn't it, ladies and gentlemen? Up the APU.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Gran Canaria. We appreciate
Gran Canaria
you
traffic
flying our
runway
Pixel.
03 left has been
Please remain
vacated. Gran
seated
Canaria.
until we reach our final parking position. Did you know that
Gran
Gran
Canaria
Canaria is
traffic,
known for its
Meteor
diverse
53 Delta or establish on localizer runway 03 left.
Local time is 4
Gran Canaria
p.m. On behalf of Captain Faza
That
Abel,
was
First Officer Cynthia
quite
Schmidt,
insane, wasn't
and
it? The
entire crew,
final approach
we
speed.
wish you a pleasant stay.
Ladies and gentlemen,
If you have a
welcome to
connecting
Gran
flight,
Canaria,
please take note of
the
following.
busiest airport
Flight
in the
123
Canary Islands.
departing at 5:30 p.m. from Gate 12, and Flight AB 456 to Barcelona, departing at 5:45 p.m. from Gate 14. Thank you.
Take a set of transponder. CPU is running. Wih, tadi ground speedku 115 knot guys waktu touchdown. Headwind 30 knots, hati-hati, headwind 30 knots. Itu over the threshold ya. Just face through that fire truck. It's one of
Canary
parks.
traffic, Meteor 53
What
Delta
showing?
on show final runway 03 left, Canary traffic.
This one shoot suffice Tango, sorry, stand number 112. The other jetways, I suppose they are for wide body aircraft, sorry, narrow body aircraft. Thomas is on a short funnel now. Tango 1-2. Here goes Thomas on short funnel. The Abel Cosmos 777-300ER. Yeah, this will do. Buck brakes are set. Thomas. Where is he? Just over the threshold, I suppose. Yeah, there he goes. And down he goes, ladies and gentlemen. Thomas Cook 221, corporate president of Abel Jets Virtual Group. Flying the Abel Cosmos 777-300ER. An aircraft that doesn't exist here in Watch Flight Simulator. Oh, let's power her down. APU is running, APU bleeds. Looking good. Shutting down engines 1 and 2.
Traffic, Meteo 53 Delta, vacating runway. Runway 03 left is vacated.
Hydraulics are off. Shut down checklist. Hydraulic panel set, fuel pumps off, flaps up, park brake set, also just cut off, and weather radar is off. Get down checklist is complete. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Gran Canaria. Southern GSX. Just boarding. Beacon lights are still on. Cabin crew, disarm doors and slides, please.
Certainly, Captain. I will prepare the portion slides right away.
No. Cabin crew, disarm doors and slides, please.
Canary Islands traffic, holiday 971, service local, 203 left, Canary Islands.
Doors and slides.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Gran Canaria, the busiest airport in the Canary Islands. After a 4-hour-long journey from Rome, Fiumicino, it's been quite an uneventful flight, except for the approach itself, which, as you saw earlier, the headwinds were very strong, and we had a ground speed of about 150 knots when we were crossing the threshold. Quite insane, isn't it? Iya, ketahuan tuh pakai selumut.
Area traffic holiday 971 and Oscar final runway 03 Canary.
Lewatan guys.
Pak Thomas, kalau yang stand wide body dia di kirinya Tango 12 semua, di kanan aku semuanya stand narrow body.
Iya makanya tadi kelewatan, makanya pakai selumat. Makanya pakai selumat.
Let's plane spot lalu, shall we? Should be somewhere around there, except for that wheezingly fast Lufthansa 350 1000. There goes Lalu in the distance. What was our landing rate actually? Let me just check. I believe it wasn't that rough. Minus 215 feet per minute. Yeah, that's acceptable. For a wide-body aircraft, that's quite acceptable, ladies and gentlemen. There goes Lalu.
Sebelahmu parking berapa deh Pak Bel?
Tango 13, Pak. Pak, lalu be aware Lufthansa 350 trespassing runway, 350 trespassing runway. Traffic caution Lufthansa 350 trespassing runway.
Gran Canaria traffic Lufthansa 10 Bravo information, line up and take off runway 2, 0 right left.
There's he's
lihat Patim radar.
Dia 03 right sekarang, Pak. Lalu clear to land.
Oh dia right ya.
The A330 Neo is definitely powered by Dyson fans. Open the threshold.
Iya enak banget.
Going around. Going around, going around, going around. Pak, lalu itu A350-nya ngawur anjir. Goodness me.
Canary traffic holiday 971 going around the traffic on runway.
Wah, ngawur, pengawuran itu. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't be like that Lufthansa 350. Especially when there is someone on a very short final. Itu Lufthansa kemana sih?
Juga ya.
Itu Lufthansa kemana anjir? Mabok dia.
Holiday 970 Lufthansa 10 Bravo.
Well, yeah, whenever there is no ATC.
Kayaknya manggil holiday tadi.
Can just be for holiday 971.
When there is no ATC, please don't trespass the runway when someone's on short final or so. Please just cross-check through VATSIM radar or, through your TCAS.
Itu masih di runway.
Traffic currently slumping on the runway, kayaknya mabuk deh. Weh, Pak Thomas kok maju sendiri, aduh, baru mau tak screenshot padahal. Nah, wis cakep. Wah, pengaburan brutal sih. Dikiranya server YS Flight kali ya. Tadi lalu tuh beneran udah di atas threshold, tau-tau dia motong ke runway anjir. Padahal si Lufthansa saya tadi udah bener di runway yang kanan. Malah tau-tau nyelonong ke runway yang kiri.
Tadi aku lihat langsung belok, langsung gue naikin pesawatnya.
Kacau, men.
Crazy, bro.
Itu coba dilihat tuh ininya, profilnya on the ground dia agak brutal juga. Fox, please.
Kayaknya dia sama seperti saya, Pak, baru-baru main. Kayaknya panik dia gitu.
Tapi kan ya masa gak cek, lihat taksi pathnya tuh lo. Kayaknya bingung deh. Suddenly the jetway disconnects by itself. With the passengers flying in the air, as you can see.
Nah, itu baru take off tuh.
Company traffic Lufthansa A350 now rolling runway 03 left, traffic no factor.
Roger, we attempting for landing runway 03 left via intercept valve.
Kacau sih tadi, kelihatan terekam di live stream jir tadi. Sumpah kasihan Pak Lalu. Alright folks, we'll just wait for Lalu to touch down and we'll terminate this live stream.
Dia tuh tadi masuk apa taxi di belakang 03 left, terus dia tiba-tiba belok ke kayaknya dia mau ke 3R tapi mau masuk ke 3L gitu. Aneh ya.
Kalau aku lihat dari POV ku ini, dari tempat ini, dari kamera ini, dia awalnya motong 03 left. Itu Lalu masih kayak sebelum minimum lah. Cuma aku warning aja ke Lalu ada traffic crossing runway. Terus udah masuk 03 right. Pas masuk 03 right, aku bilang Lalu traffic no factor. Tiba-tiba dia nyelonong belok lewat rumput, lewat pasir ke 03 left.
Iya, di VATSIM radar dia tuh udah ke 03R.
Kenapa gitu loh? Padahal udah bener tadi. Malah mempersulit diri sendiri. Bonus mempersulit Pak Lalu.
Hari-hari.
Kacau men, itu kelihatan di live stream menit keberapa aku nggak tahu coba, tapi kerekam banget tadi waktu udah short funnel.
970 Lufthansa 10 Bravo on runway. I'm so sorry I didn't see you. Yeah, have a nice landing. Bye bye. Roger sir, thank you and be careful for the next flight.
I'm sorry.
Hey folks, just the moral of the story, folks, is to, you know, whenever you are entering or crossing an active runway, please double check. Please double check your VATSIM radar or perhaps your TCAS of incoming traffic. On the side note, because all of the passengers have deboarded, I think we can slowly start to terminate this evening's live stream. As you can see, boarding is complete. Unfortunately, we did not have any ATC service in today's flight, actually, from Roma all the way to Gran Canaria, but that is alright. That's completely fine. I would also like to deliver my gratitude to Lalu, First Officer at Abel Jets Virtual Group, and Thomas Cook 221, Corporate President of Abel Jets Virtual Group, for joining this afternoon's group flight. Thank you so much for joining, and wish you all the best. On the other hand, I would also like to deliver my gratitude to Laura and her crewmates for their hard work this afternoon. Let's let her know about that. Hi Laura, just want to let you know that you've done an amazing job with your crewmates this afternoon. Thank you very much for your hard work, and I'm looking forward for our next journey in the white blue skies together. Until that time comes, stay safe and take care.
Thank you, Captain. I appreciate your kind words. I will continue to ensure everything runs smoothly with my crew. Looking forward to our next charity event together.
There she goes. Alright, we'll wait for Lalu's Lalu's second rifle attempt, sorry, Lalu's second landing attempt, and then we'll terminate this evening's live stream. If you are leaving us now, folks, please don't forget to hit the like button on the YouTube live stream. It will greatly help us to grow this YouTube channel. Share your thoughts down beneath the live chat and perhaps in the comment section as well once this live stream has ended. You can also share this live stream with your friends and colleagues in case that you want to do so. On the other hand, if you haven't done so, folks, please kindly subscribe to the Abel Jets Virtual Group YouTube channel for free. And don't forget to ring the bell just right next to the subscribe button so you'll not miss any future contents that we will make in this YouTube channel. If you want to support us financially, you can also head over to our SushiBus page at www.sushibus.com/AbelJetsGroup, or alternatively you can also scan the QR code that is provided on the left hand side of the live stream. And any source of financial donations will be greatly appreciated. Some perks of being a financial supporter of the Abel Jets Virtual Group YouTube channel includes your names being listed in the running text beneath, and other perks that you can check for yourselves through our SushiBus page, again at www.sushibus.com/AbelJetsGroup, or through the QR code that is provided on the left hand side of the live stream. And again, any sorts of donation, even the smallest ones, are greatly appreciated. And that's all for the PEA for the closing section of this evening's live stream. Let's just wait for Lalu's arrival into Gran Canaria. And we'll take some screenshots before we terminate this evening's live stream. By the looks of it, he's already on a short hurdle. Moral of the story, guys, jadi kita harus selalu siaga ya kalau ada apa-apa. Apalagi kalau udah mau landing, walaupun udah terbang berpuluh-puluh jam, tahu-tahu ada traffic nyelonong.
Bahaya.
Nanti Pak Lalu expect parking stand di sebelahnya Pak Thomas ya, soalnya gate-nya yang white body gak banyak di sini. Banyak sih, cuma dikit yang pakai jetway. On a short file now.
Canary traffic holiday nada 71 established law shift final alarm with 0 left Canary.
Should be somewhere over there. There he goes. Second attempt in the Headwind Simulations Airbus A330-900. Just unblur the camera there. There we go. I didn't know that the A330 is powered by Dyson fans, as you can probably saw, as you folks probably saw earlier. a short final now. Passing over the wind turbines. Over the threshold. And down he goes. Unfortunately, the landing gears again just don't show up properly. Welcome to Gran Canaria, Cap. Lalu second attempt ya. He's down, folks. Safe and sound. But take a look at that windsock, ladies and gentlemen. That one. Goodness me, winds are really strong. See? Plus the sea state just behind the windsock and the airport there. You can see. Very strong winds indeed. Alright, he'll vacate to the left. We rejoin the parallel taxiway.
Runway 0 that has been back at the Canary traffic.
Hebat ini Pak Lalu, tadi udah flightnya lama, udah capek gitu, tahu-tahu pas short final dapat adrenalin.
Gak apa-apa, biar gak ngantuk.
Semuanya terekam di live stream, guys. Almost 5.5 hours into the live stream now, ladies and gentlemen. This is slowly starting to become a long haul flight, isn't it? By duration, that I mean. Nah ini bentar lagi ada belok ke kanan, Cap.
Siap, siap.
Nah ini right turn sini nih. Bablas dikit, Cap. Yaudah patah kanan aja nggak apa-apa kan, nggak ada traffic lain. What a beautiful livery, isn't it? The Holy Able Day A330 Neo. And the 777 definitely dwarfs the A330 there, as you can see. One of a stock
Akhirnya
contrast
pasti.
size. Mantap. There, ambil screenshot dulu. Alright folks, let's take some screenshots before we terminate this evening's live stream. As I've mentioned earlier, it's been a wonderful journey, hasn't it? Pak Thomas beacon light masih nyala BTW. Alright folks, I think with that we can terminate this evening's live stream. Again, thank you so much for watching. Stay safe wherever you are watching this live stream from. Take care. Stay tuned in the Abel Jets Virtual Group YouTube channel for our next adventures in the white blue skies together. And this is Freezing Falcon from Abel Jets Virtual Group signing out. Thank you so much for keeping our dreams aloft and watching this live stream from the beginning till the end. Until next time, ladies and gentlemen, goodbye and take care. See ya.
It all started with a dream to connect the world, bring people closer together, as well as to diversify and unite the virtual skies. The day dawned crisp and clear at Honolulu International Airport. A maiden flight was going to take action.
Honolulu delivery, Abel 100 at seating 01, with information Alpha requesting IFR clearance to Hilo. Abel 100, Honolulu delivery, you are cleared to Hilo via Pale 3 departure, runway 04 left, squawk 1112.
Hilo ground, Abel Link 221, ready to taxi.
Abel Link 221, taxi Link Point runway 26 via Echo Alpha.
Taxi to Link Point runway 26 via Echo Alpha, Abel Link 221.
Abel 100, wind 22 degrees at 5 knots, runway 26 right, cleared for takeoff. Cleared for takeoff, runway 26 right, Abel 100.
Our founders have their legacy etched upon the horizon. Gaining wisdom from the past, it was then time for the next generations to put their own footprints and leave their legacy in the virtual skies. A new era was about to begin.
from all of us in flight simulation communities.
We are wishing Abel Jets Group
Happy 10th anniversary.
Happy 10th anniversary.
She's got a smile that it seems to me reminds me of childhood memories when everything was as fresh as the bright blue skies. Now and then when I see her face, she takes me away to that special place. And if I stare too long, I'd probably break down and cry. Sweet child of mine. Love of mine. Sweet child of
Thank you for keeping our dreams aloft. Here's to another 10 years of making progress to connect the world. To the skies, stars, and what lie above all of them. Our real journey has just begun.